And so, and I just realized
Or even one.
Militarian.
No, there's a church, no, so very small, so
if you could screen it.
and that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
And you'll have yours.
You want 2 slices?
One's good.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go.
I think they're big as pieces, 1 slice.
Yeah, one slice, so down there is a,
They have good, good.
Any way to turn up the volume on your speakers?
So there is, but here's the
No,
thing.
I've heard about
If
it.
I turn it up super loud, it's start.
Where's it at?
So I can turn it up really on so it sounds
I'm
like.
gonna have to try it.
On our Zoom, it was fine, but we were on the chambers one, some of the speakers were kind of low, so, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just note that in the
Okay,
future.
and it's noted here,
Okay.
this is your guys' speaker,
Huh.
audio.
Yeah, they have the best sauce.
Back here.
That's good, because that's, I really like the sauce.
Yeah, there you go. And it's really interesting. It's a lot of fun.
Okay,
John will know that before. Me too.
all right, just see where it goes from here.
Yeah, thanks.
It's 9 a.m. I call this meeting of the Raleigh County Commission to order. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good Thursday morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody on the live stream caught the 9 a.m. start this morning. If not, that's Good Morning Manhattan's the reason why we're starting a little bit later. I will go ahead and jump into public comments. Typically start up on Zoom. See John's up there. Do you have anything for us this morning, John? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. We'll move on to the chamber here. Anybody else have some public comment? If you would mind coming up to the podium and just stating your name and where you're from. We're typically doing 3 minutes for public comment, but there's nobody else.
My ideas won't last long.
Okay, okay.
My name is Carl Treese, and I'm the precinct committeeman for Ogden Precinct. And we're working on a project out there which will eventually involve you people. And we have a committee that's researching all the things that we need to do. And I think my idea is as seeds. And I plant the seed and see if it'll grow. If it grows, it makes a cornfield or a bean field, and you reap the benefits from it. And this group that's working with me is primarily my coffee group and other people in the area. And John Gabar is one of them. You may know John. And Daryl, what's Daryl's last name? I don't remember Daryl's last name. Anyway, they met with us up in a coffee group at Vista Burger the other day. And the project involves a strip of ground right next to Sky Drive, coming up past the airport. You go up that hill, and just over that hill, you turn right on Benton School Road or 68. And I think by looking at the GIS that it'll eventually revert back to you people. And I don't know enough about how taxation works to give you any idea there, but the seed is to end the military trail, which was a trail with horses and wagons that delivered supplies to Fort Riley from Osaka. I had to think for a minute about that town because I've only lived here 9 years and I don't know where everything is. Anyway, there's a fellow that's been involved with that and put markers all along that trail. And there's one out there by the military cemetery. And you have to look for that. That's, you go on past the cemetery and until it turns to gravel. And then there's a house to the right. And just before that house is a marker for the military trail. And it comes around and right up over that hill and goes down through Ogden and into the fort. And we don't want to go to the fort because there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through. We would rather end it right there with that scenic overlook. And that's one of the prettiest entrances to Manhattan and to Ogden. And I've been working with a 60-plus group there. They were going to just quit, and I talked them into not doing that. And there was a big feud with Manhattan and them over taking $300 away from them. Well, I pointed that out to the council, and they said that they'd already made their budget, so they couldn't do it. So I donated personally the $300 back to them. And they elected a new president and so on. Anyway, that group is going to be involved with that, and that's a good thing. I like Ogden. We live in Random Woods, and you can look right down in the main street, and I think of it as a good community. I would have bought a house in Ogden, but I couldn't find a house that was suitable for us, and I was interested in the comment about you didn't have enough land to draw businesses and stuff like that. Well, heck, you could spread out if you want to. You have to have the different people help you, but that's all right. But anyway, I'm planting a seed today. That's all I'm doing. I'm planting a seed, and where it goes from here depends upon you and the other people out in the community. And we'd have to have fundraisers because I don't have enough money to just give it to them. Anyway, the idea is to let you know that the project's in the works, let you know that we're interested in that strip of ground above that hill out there. You couldn't farm it, you couldn't do much because there's not enough to build a factory. And so having an overlook makes sense. And you could see all those plateaus across the valley and whatever. Anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to at least fill you in. And if I can do anything else, if you know anything or you get wind of that transfer of property, we would be interested in it for putting the scenic overlook there.
Okay.
Now I can go have coffee.
Had mine this morning, so I'm good to go. I understand.
Okay.
I get the indication that is that KDOT property?
Gary's over there, even more than anyone.
Just out of curiosity, for discussion's sake.
I can't tell you exactly, but it looks like it's pretty close.
Okay.
And we're in the process, all the K-18 right of way that KDOT is going to abandon, it's supposed to come back to us.
Okay.
And of course, I don't know how long K-18 been open now, 5 years? We've been going back and forth with it for 5 years, but we're getting close. So eventually that right of way will come back to the county, and we'll see where that goes after that.
Okay, sounds good.
I planted the seed, now we'll see if we get a crop.
All right. Well, I just wouldn't hope for corn right away. Okay.
Well, at least we get one seed sprouting, maybe.
Okay, anybody else? Elizabeth, Alice? Nothing this morning? Okay. With that said then, I'll close public comment. We'll move on to commissioner comments, and I'll start with Commissioner McKinley.
Hey, I've been watching the webinars for new commissioner orientation. Had a few conflicts, but they tape them so we can watch them later. One interesting fact I found out, there's a commissioner in Labette County that's in the middle of its 10th term. He was first elected in 1982.
Is Lonnie Addis?
That's
Yeah.
who I was just thinking of. Yep.
he's real interesting, you know.
Yeah, he's a nice
on-
guy. He's a
He's
real nice
a
guy.
good guy, but he's, I tried looking through our list. It looks like there's a few that have done 3 terms. I know Daryl Westervelt did. Ivan Sand, it looks like he did 6 maybe.
Actually, if you go back to 1888, I can't remember the name. There was one that did 14 years.
No,
I
didn't
don't
look
know
back
what
that far.
happened, why there was only 2 or not the other 2, but 14 seems to be that threshold.
Yeah.
1888, you did some research.
I did. I wanted to know the ins and outs of the position, and that's part of it. So, and for the record, that's even longer than Rich has been here. I have to pick on you now because the other ones aren't here to pick on. No.
Then also yesterday, and I want to get this name because I know you love to hear this. I attended the North Central Kansas Regional Juvenile Detention Facility Executive Board meeting.
You need to put that on their agenda. Hey, let's shorten that. Let's come up with a textable abbreviation, something.
Actually, on the letterhead, it says Ann Gary County Secure Care Facility.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So that takes up a full page on the letterhead.
yeah, the letterhead's half a page down. It was a good meeting. Got to learn
Good.
after the meeting. There was one other new commissioner there, and they gave us about an hour tour through the facility, explaining what all they do and everything. Like I say, there's in fact 2 facilities. There's a detention facility and a secure facility for different juvenile things.
And I might make a suggestion there,
Education.
if you haven't and get a chance, because I didn't know coming in that this was even a thing. I thought community corrections was a whole separate thing, and we were just allowing them space. But you might take an opportunity to talk to Shelley, and she can fill you in on a couple of things.
And
with that
I
too.
haven't. That's one of the departments I haven't made
Yeah,
it to
okay.
yet, but it's on my list. Just haven't got there yet.
Understand.
But no, it was interesting going through, seeing what they've got, education facilities for the kids and everything. So that was interesting meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Foki.
Oh, I have been going to the KAC online. A lot of them they seem like they go forever, even an hour. So I have some catching up to do, but I've done quite a few of them, most of them yesterday. They've been very interesting, learning a lot. And let's see, what else? I am on the Common Table board, so I attended their meeting this week. If you know the Common Table, they serve meals every day of the week. And they are looking at getting another grant from the Manhattan Community Foundation, which has really helped to support the to-go meals that they've had. Met with Dennis Cook at the Aggieville Business Association, learned a lot about Aggieville and some of the plans for the future. And that was a good meeting. I did attend the law board meeting this week.
Yep.
That's going to be a pretty intense board to be on. That's going to take a lot of time to get up to speed on that, but it seems to be a really good board. So good the members are great. Let's see. I attended the Martin Luther King breakfast this week.
Good.
And they had some really good speakers, and very inspirational.
Did they record that to be viewed later? Do you know? I had to work on Monday, so I didn't get to catch it. So I was hoping to maybe backtrack and be able to.
I think so. I
Okay.
was on Facebook Live, but I'm hoping it's.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
probably
hoping they
recorded.
archive that somewhere where we can see it later. Okay.
Right. I was at the breakfast meeting last year in person, and in person is a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
You
There's a
learn
lot of
more
things, yeah.
from people. Let's see. I think. Oh, today I'm going to attend go over to the new vaccination center that's at the fire station. So that's at 1:30. So I'm anxious to see how that's going on the phase 2.
Okay. Well, let me take a deep breath here. Yeah, it's been a week. It feels like eternity since last Thursday. I guess I'll jump in and start from last Thursday. I attended the first meeting of the Manhattan Area Recovery Task Force for the year. We've been doing those every other Thursday, but we're going to go down to just once a month unless something happens that requires us to, to go back to that. Hopefully that won't be the case. Among the topics of discussion there, and that is on the city website, and I think it has been archived, so if anybody wants to go back and check that out, you can. Julie gave a presentation on the vaccination and distribution process, got an update on where K-State and USD 383 is in this process, and there is a business confidence survey that's available that you can take that'll help in some of the planning efforts moving forward as we hopefully get into relief efforts and recovery throughout 2021. Later Thursday afternoon, attended the first meeting of 2021 with the Flint Hills Mental Health Task Force. Of course, that's virtual. We usually meet in person, but that's virtual. Got an update from the Crisis Stabilization Center, Essentia Via Christi. Hopefully new and updated Stepping Up program, and got some updates from RCPD and Pawnee Mental Health co-responders. And we're going to be working on making some changes in demographics and how they kind of go about reporting things and move forward to try to streamline that and kind of see where we're at. Moving on through the weekend, I did watch a lot of football. Chiefs got lucky. We'll just have to see what the health of Pat Mahomes is on Sunday before I make any credible predictions. But anyway, moving on to Monday, met with the community leaders meeting via Zoom. Dialogue continues to center around local and regional vaccination distribution efforts, plans to make them work currently and moving forward as well as we get through the spring and get through the different phases on that. And pleased to announce that we are working into phase 2. State has opened that up as well. So that means we're effectively getting there, slow as it's been, but I'm very confident that once it gets rolling, it'll get rolling and it'll stay rolling, and we're going to be in good shape as we move through the year. As Commissioner Folke had mentioned, Tuesday afternoon was sworn in and attended my first meeting of the RCPD Law Board. I too have a lot of things to catch up on. It seems to be kind of a regionist process. So I have no doubts I'll get there, but it will take some time to kind of digest everything and move forward fully on that. And that'll be what it'll be. Sounds like we're going to have a couple extra meetings to start with to try to catch up on some things. So maybe that'll be beneficial in that process as well. Also Tuesday afternoon, met with the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce in their monthly meeting, and the ex officio for Riley County on their board. Got a chance to get caught up. They mentioned some stuff, Good Morning Manhattan this morning, but some of the things that they're working on as far as events and stuff and how that's going to look moving forward, including the annual meeting, the annual leadership retreat, which is usually somewhere around this time, has been kind of moved around for the same purposes. So we'll see how all that works out. Last night, I attended the monthly meeting of the Metropolitan Planning Organization, abbreviated MPO. That's not quite as a long title as yours, but still. I, unbeknownst to me, was elected to serve as chair for the next 2 years on that committee. And it's really not a big deal. I've attended all those meetings over 2 years, so it's really just signing of documents and just running the meeting. So it's not really that big of a deal. We went through several early year updates. We're sending a letter to KDOT to maybe change some formulatic equations from the federal level, which hopefully will actually reduce each one of our local matches, including Raleigh counties, to that, but still be able to do the work that's necessary with the staff that's in place. And last night, attended the city council meeting over in Ogden. I hadn't really had a chance to get over there since last fall. And a couple of times I went over there since then. They canceled those meetings for a couple of various reasons. So it was the first time I had the chance this year and since last fall to catch up with everybody. They were very appreciative for the CARES Act money they got. Got to do some updating on some things I think will be very beneficial for them, and really struggling on some budgetary things there that it's really a challenge for them, as well as probably all of our smaller communities at this particular point. And last but not least, this morning, attended here in the chamber virtually, Good Morning Manhattan. Good speakers, put together well. Even the virtual model is as it usually is. So That's all I got. Probably sounds like enough already. So we'll go ahead and move on to some business this morning.
Motion to approve real estate sales latest search service agreement, contractual provision with Amy Nelson.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Anybody have any further discussions on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just the two blue ones, John.
Okay. Well, those aren't as stable tabs as the ones I'm used to there.
Yeah, a little.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
And just for a point of reference on the next couple of items, you'll see a lot of permanent easements and highway use permits come up along the way through different points of our business meeting. So
First one, grant a permanent easement for Sin Road.
That's a perfect segue.
okay, I set you up good. You're welcome.
You
I'll send
did.
you the bill later.
What you have before you this morning is permanent easement agreement for the Center Road Bridge replacement, which is located about 2.5 miles west and 2 miles south of Randolph. As Commissioner Ford alluded to, you're probably going to be seeing quite a few of these things coming across your desk. As John Ellerman said last week, we've got, I think, 10 structures under design. And as these things move through design, we'll be acquiring additional right-of-way easement. And that's fairly common, just due to the fact that the new projects or the modern projects are larger than what we're going to be replacing. So this one's fairly simple. We were fortunate in the fact that we had one landowner for all 4 quadrants.
Wow.
It's not uncommon for us to have
Yeah.
4 or more different landowners. We've got 2 types of easement, a permanent one like today, and then we also have temporary easement, which is basically giving the contractor authority to use adjoining property to construct the project. And once the project's done, that temporary easement expires. So that pretty well sums it up. I just kind of want to give you guys a heads up that over the next few months, you'll be seeing several of these coming through. If you got any questions or comments, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, I was looking at the compensation for these.
Mhm.
Is that budgeted in the project itself?
It is.
Okay. And when does that get paid to the homeowner or to the landowner?
Well, you'll sign it today, and this will be filed at the Register of Deeds. And then as it grinds through our Rich's process, I'm not sure if it'll be the next pay period or the one following.
Don't remember, we can't pay it until it grinds through their process.
Yeah, which to basically answer your question, Catherine, it'll be part of the next accounts and payroll. So it'll be probably into next week or however that falls in that particular timeline.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, and I was familiar with them when I worked at Schwab and Eaton. I sometimes had to write up these easements for bridge
Does it meet your
projects.
approval?
Yeah.
Need a motion, Commissioners?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One spot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have a highway use permit granting Sin Valley Telephone permission to work right away for a telephone shop at LPW Road.
All motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the motion, approve the Twin Valley use permit.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor then?
All right.
Aye.
On the spot.
Okay. And then there's a second one, is that right?
Second, how we used to met, Green Twin Valley Telephone, permission to work in right away to board under Welsh Road.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the use permit for Twin Valley on Welsh Road.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
All right.
Yeah, deja vu. Seems like I just seen one of those. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Next is a contract for communication and social services with Hallie Rowland, communication and social media, social media. This is the temporary PIO of the new commissioners we hired to help us during the transition period. This contract will be ending this Friday.
Okay, that was
It's
a
an extension
question.
of the original.
Yeah.
That's why it's coming before you again. Allison and PIO and Vivian and talking to David and Julie said they'd like to have her for this additional time period, so.
It helped kind of with the transition to keep up with everything. I'm sure Alice is kind of overwhelmed, so to kind of keep
Yeah.
continuity, particularly on the emergency management side with command right now, it was kind of thought of as to be important, but hopefully you're ready to go now, come Monday. Okay. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve.
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
All right.
Got 3 here, John.
Get a long sprint back and forth now. So I'm for the other end.
I told him he could
Good
just
for me,
leave it
though.
here and I could take it over to him, but I
Good
think
for me, though,
I think
you know?
Rich likes the exercise, so I'm not gonna.
Pass it.
Well, and that, the whole, that's what.
That's what we used
really
to
this
do.
defeats-
Yeah,
That really defeats the purpose of these, and that's what I tell people,
Yeah.
I mean, as much as we pass papers back and forth, if we're gonna pass it, we're gonna pass it through the papers, not through this, but.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it's an attempt to try and help minimize that as well, so.
and Rich needs some exercise.
I do.
He's got that big
Well, I was gonna say,
office and
switch
all those
them
people
over.
around him, to not have to move around, so,
Next, we have a tax roll correction.
And I wanted to take a moment on this one, just
Yeah.
so the 2 new commissioners are aware. We don't get a lot of these, but they do come up occasionally. They range from a couple $100 to sometimes a couple $1,000 depending. Our appraiser department does a pretty good job keeping up with them, but sometimes there's just changes here and there, and that's what the offset is. But if you ever want to understand what those differences are and how much they can mean sometime, pay attention to those along the way. They'll give you a real good insight. So
And the comments below on the little right is tells you the reason why, and PUP stands for payment under protest. So
Yeah.
They made the payment under protest, it was reviewed by the appraisers, and the appraisers adjusted it, and then you see on the last one, it was purchased by a tax exempt entity, so that's why they received the taxes back.
So these are when people appeal their appraised value
yeah,
resolution of that.
Yeah.
Well, and I noticed that there was a dispute apparently between the improvement amount on that first one. And so does the appraiser then go out and reappraise it, go into the property and reappraise it, or how does that work?
I would naturally assume they probably make those adjustments when they go back out in the field to do it the next time around, to make that adjustment, and they use this as maybe the foundational approach. That'd probably be a good question for Greg McHenry. In my 2 years here, I will tell you, appraising is going to be one of those things that I just don't have a real good solid knowledge on. So I'd go straight to the source on that, because I think that is a good question.
They
honest
held
with you.
those hearings in their office, so generally the adjustments are just made there, people bring the facts, but if they would have to or so inclined to, they would go out and review it.
This one, first one was quite substantial, so that's $11,000 difference.
like I said, we don't get a lot of it seems like they come in,
Spurts.
yeah, we don't see them for a while, and then all of a sudden, boom,
There are
boom, boom,
years
boom,
they'll
boom,
go
boom.
get a bunch there
Yeah,
for a while.
yeah. And it seems to happen kind of earlier in the year, mid-year, and then a little later in years. It's
Yeah,
kind of the
it's all
taxing
on
structures
stuff
kind of in
online,
place.
see, they can
Yeah.
waves.
There's not much from our perspective we can really do except just kind of accept them and kind of go along and move along. So
Yeah.
there's 2 of them here, so I'll accept a motion for those at any time.
I would move to approve the tax roll corrections.
Do I have a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Raleigh County Personnel Action Form, Public Works 2 mechanic in Public Works Department.
My turn for some exercise. Okay, we'll come back to the minutes and the tentative agendas because it's 9:30 and it's Clancy's time.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Clancy Holman, Riley County Counselor. First item I have before you is a right-of-way certificate. As the car indicates, this is really one of the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture forms that are required when financing is being obtained through them for a given project. And that's what's going on here. There is an expansion underway in the Lakeside Heights Sewer and Water District. And this project is going to be funded largely by the USDA grant and loan. It's a combination of funding, as it indicates from the federal government, under fiscal impact on the card. $181,000 of the total is reserved by USDA for a loan, and $139,000 of the total project cost is reserved for a grant, which will not have to be repaid. Now, the loan does have to be repaid, but it's important to note that on one of these benefit district projects, the usual thing that happens, the ordinary thing is, it's the benefit district and the people that have property within the district who pay for the loan, for example, in this case. We'll end up bonding this potentially, that'll happen, but in order to do, if we bond a project in a benefit district, even though the county is really using the benefit district members get the benefit of the low interest rates that they cannot possibly get, but that a governmental entity can. But it's repaid by the members, by those who have property within the district, not the general taxpayer. It's very important that you understand that in case you get questions. So that's the only reason I went into detail on this particular one. The total project costs are expected to be $320,000. That's the total net grant and loan. And I will tell you that in the discussion, it's always interesting when one of these forms, as the governing body, you verify personally by signing off on it that all the necessary rights of way have been obtained. So I can assure you they have been. Those are additional forms that we filled out that you didn't even see at this point. because they don't require your signature. But that's all done by staff, not just me, but Public Works. Clerk's office gets involved in these things, through financing issues. It's a team effort on the part of county staff to put these kind of projects together. Obviously, the lead is Public Works because they're going to end up bidding a project and overseeing getting it done, getting the actual work done. But there's plenty of people behind the scenes who will actually work on it beyond our department, as I mentioned. So I wanted to just highlight that for you. It's the first one you had an opportunity to see, I believe, and you'll probably see more if history is any indication.
And that probably means there's a packet's worth of signatures that will have to be had. Yeah.
That's the voice of experience talking.
Yeah. It's a USD grant or a federal grant or
Yeah,
loan.
you get-
There's-
This one's really not that bad
No.
considering.
This
Yeah, the
is
fire
individual
station one literally was a book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The individual one, this one, he's right, Rich is right. This one's not bad, but what you're gonna see today.
Yeah.
Depending on where we are in any kind of closing on financing, you'll get a chance to sign a lot of documents. But unless you have questions, I want to just kind of give you some background on this one, maybe more than you'll even want or need in the future. You certainly can ask questions at any time on any of this, and I'll give you I'll find the answer if I don't know it and give it to you.
Need a motion, Commissioner?
I move the board approves the right-of-way certificate as presented and direct the chairman to sign.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do we have any other questions or concerns, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Ooh, boy.
Mm-hmm. Got a few.
Just me.
Oops.
Just his,
That's
yeah.
okay, you can just.
I need to
write
put
it.
by and then put title, or it doesn't
Just
matter.
go ahead and sign.
Do you normally fill in the title spot? Rich?
Yeah, Cindy does.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe a little confused on that. Austin will be
That won't be
okay.
the first time they've gotten one like that.
That's okay.
Believe me.
I've had several conversations with Austin, so if he's got problems, he can call me. Well, actually, I don't know. Is he the administration
Working at home.
change? Maybe somebody new. I don't know.
No, Austin's still doing it. He's
Okay.
working at home like all.
I know they'll probably replace Lynn as the regional director because that's a political appointee.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Uh-huh.
Luckily, this project on this side of the documents is pretty well done.
Yep, that is very true.
Thank you.
Thank you. How long do we need for the executive session, Clancy? Okay, so we'll just go to that break time of 9:50. Okay. Okay, I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on potential litigation for the purpose of consultation with Clancy Holman, Raleigh County Counselor, attorney for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 9:50 a.m.
Need a second.
He seconded it. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, thank you, Mary. I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session. Get a
A
second?
second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. We are back in session. Says break. I'm gonna go ahead and finish up the rest of our business portion of the meeting, so we'll get to the minutes here. Let me know when you have those pulled up and ready to go.
Yeah, I got them.
Okay? Good to go too, Catherine? We're still trying to pull them up.
Yeah, I want to.
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and start with page one. Like I said, if you see anything or have anything that need changed, go ahead and mention it, whatever page it is and whatever subsection, and we'll make those changes. Start page one. Page two. Page three. Page four. Page five. Page six. Page seven. Page eight. Page nine. Looks to be the end of it. Accept the motion to approve when everybody's ready.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from January 14th.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Next commission, we have Megan on the county extension.
Tentative agendas look good, but just remember we do have that intergovernmental luncheon
10 o'clock.
virtually at noon.
Are you ready for us now?
No, Monday.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say-
Tentative agendas are the one, they usually go two ahead, so
Okay,
Monday and
good.
Thursday after whatever meeting we're on.
All right.
So
good.
intergovernmental, who is that?
Oh, that's a good question. You had to ask that, didn't you?
Who's all in under government?
Yeah.
It's a pretty,
K-State, Fort Riley, USD 383, Chamber of Commerce, of course, Riley County.
RCPD,
RCPD.
Chamber.
Sometimes state legislators attend.
usually sometimes somebody from Jerry Moran's office will attend, Flint Hills Regional Council, MBAF. Kind of those same type of public
Is
entities.
that
I
here
think
or is it all just Zoom?
it's going to be Zoom. Typically, it's at the Holiday Inn when we do it in person
Oh, okay.
over the noon hour. We have kind of a buffet lunch thing. I'll call it that.
Yeah.
A couple of different items, and we usually just sit and chat for an hour. And usually a couple of presentations like you'll see on Monday, and then everybody from each one of the entities present will give an update, kind of what's going on and what they're working on. And it's the last Monday of each month. Except May and December, or June and December, one of those two. December and
Probably May.
it's May, isn't it? Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's Gary and how's Megan?
Very good.
Good,
I'm doing excellent.
good.
Nope.
Commissioner McKinley. Commissioner Foki, am I pronouncing your
Yes,
last name correctly?
thank you.
Yes. Yeah, nice to see you, and I guess we'll see you a little bit later on,
Yep.
so, yeah. So let's see, this is just your second meeting, or is this your third, okay.
I kind of call it 2.5 because we kind of had to go through. Yeah.
You're old hands by now.
Yeah.
So we've got a break till 10?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
This is like
Rich.
military funds, just like this, isn't it?
I'm trying.
He brought a gavel, so he's serious.
Did you really did it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's my own personal gavel. It's, well, not
Been
quite as
used.
old as me, but
Commissioner Jim Williams had one at one time.
yeah.
His had the gold.
Yeah, that one did too. It had presiding officer of student Congress. I don't want to say what year. I'm just going to leave that one alone. It's been a while. Just put it that way.
Mine would be a lot older than that.
It's been a while. Yeah, I probably need to sand that down, and might be a good project for former Commissioner Wells.
Yeah.
Run this through the sander a couple of times, re-stain and varnish it for me.
I tell you, last Saturday had a good day. It was grandkids' day. We were all out. Granddaughter worked with Jan on my granddaughter's 4-H sewing project, and in the other half,
Sure, they're liking to
I
hear
worked with
that.
the two boys
Yeah.
building a desk.
Oh, nice.
So that was a nice day.
No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, it's.
I'm not a woodworker like Ron Wells, but I can butcher wood, not a
Not many
woodworker.
people are
Butcher
level
wood.
on Wells. I'm pretty good, but I'm not at that level. He's just a true craftsman.
Yeah, he's a craftsman. We
And he's
just,
got all the industrial size tools to do it.
And I have come to learn that that's not a learned behavior, learned through experience. Either you have that skill and talent or you don't. That's
we all
It's that simple.
we all have 10 fingers left, so.
He just redid his, he's in the process of moving into his mom's house, which is on the same property he is. They just redid the kitchen and got new kitchen cabinets. And of course, Ron didn't buy them. He built them from scratch from raw wood. Every kitchen cabinet, every kitchen drawer, nothing's purchased except for the hardware. I went over and he'd been wanting to show me, and I'd been wanting to see it because I'm a woodworker as well. And went over to his house and visited with him and his wife last Friday. Unreal.
next time you talk to him, see if he'll provide some pictures.
I've got some.
Oh, you do? Okay.
See if he'll provide what.
Pictures.
Oh, yeah.
They've literally been working on this, well over a year now, isn't it? I know he'd started the project before coronavirus, so it's been at least a year. So
I'm more of a barn carpenter. All of my kids are in 4-H and we've done woodworking. We've got dozens of woodworking projects laying all over.
Okay.
Now, if you go too far, I am a hunter and a trapper, and if you go too far to the right, you will see a coyote that was trespassing. So
not gonna bother me.
Oh, I had another question. It came up on one of those webinar things. Do we have a freedom of information? If somebody asks, we have one person in charge of it?
Craig Cox.
Craig,
Craig
okay.
Cox. Uh-huh.
But they were saying, you've got one for, if you have any, because that was on one about Kansas Open Records Act. And they said everybody should have one. Don't try to answer anybody's questions. Send to the one person that knows how to do all that.
You had to put him on an empty corn bag. That's ironic.
Well, it keeps,
Yeah, I know.
You using snares or traps, Rich?
snares. I got traps
That's impressive.
around my area with all the other animals around, I'm trying not to use those that way. Just snares, even if you catch a dog, the type of snares I use, the dogs will stay alive.
Yeah.
Dogs just sit there. Matter of fact, I actually caught one of the dogs. My wife wasn't very happy.
Yeah.
It was her dog.
Uh-huh.
I've got every dog that I've ever owned because they end up following your scent where
They
you're
follow-
going,
yeah.
Sure enough, call them and they don't come back. Now I got a problem. My wife was not very happy.
My dog likes to take off and go to the neighbor's yard all the time, and then I can't get him back.
If they start traveling, it's hard to keep them home, it sounds like.
I just got one that's like that way. But I know which combination of dogs I can leave out because there's only one other dog that will follow her. So if I leave her out with the other two dogs, those won't go with her, so she stays too. Yeah. Because since we've had the coyote bobcat problem, I keep the dog out at all times. So I have females out during the day and I keep my male at night. So that's helpful because the bobcats were eliminating all my cats.
Oh, well.
Could I borrow your bobcats, because I've got way too many cats in my house.
This bobcat is proficient at thinning out cats.
Have you tried trapping it?
That's why I've had some snares for the bobcats. They have such a wide range. Yeah, I've trapped bobcats before. I really need to use some leg holds, but it's just not in my area because other dogs. I've been catching my own cats and eliminating them, so it kind of defeats the purpose. So.
It's also 10 o'clock, so.
Okay.
Harry or Megan or?
I'm just really excited to be here today to meet both, I've met at least Commissioner McKinley, and I'm Pleasure to meet you, Commissioner Foki, and we look forward to working with you. As you know, I'm Gary Fike, the County Extension Director, and the only reason I came down with Megan Doherty, who's presenting the program today, is because we all work together and we all do different things, but she wanted to share some of her Medicare numbers with you and the programs that she's done. I think it's pretty impressive. So anyway, I just want to come down and make an appearance, another contact with you folks, but she's the center of our focus today. She's an outstanding employee. She's done wonderful programs and just a great person to work with. She has to put up with quite a bit of teasing most of the time with the rest of us, but she does a great job. Thanks, Megan.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
All right, so as Gary mentioned, my name is Megan Doherty, and I am the Nutrition, Health, Food Safety, Family Consumer Science Agent, whatever you want to call me, with the Riley County Extension Office. And one of my major programs, can you guys hear me with my mask on? Okay. One of my major programs that I do throughout the years is the Medicare open enrollment season, which is October 15th through December 7th. And this is when you can evaluate your prescription drug plan. And just kind of tallying up some of my numbers, this year obviously was a little different than normal. We did everything virtual. It was all phone calls, which was an adventure in itself. But we made it through and it all worked out. So just a little bit of rough numbers. 2019, we saw about 232 people. So numbers were a little bit down this year. The one thing about that I want to point out is even though we saw less people, we had a lot more new people coming in to look at their prescription plans, which is always a good thing. And the other aspect is a lot of people don't think they need to compare their drug plans every year, even though we highly recommend you do, just because there can be a lot of changes. Not everybody thinks so. So as you can see, we did about 192, close to 200 clients this year, but we did have that 45 new people compared to only 3 new people last year. So quite an increase there. The numbers that I really like to look at are the total amount of savings that we do. So when we switch a client from one prescription plan to another plan, the ultimate goal is to save them money and get the best plan that covers their medications the best for them. Everybody is entirely different. So this year, we did a total savings of $286,892.89. So almost near $300,000 in savings over those 192 clients that I saw. So not everybody switches. This year we had about 72% change plans, which is still a pretty high number. Last year we changed 93% of them because there were a lot of changes last year. So that was still quite a bit. Overall, great numbers. I think the highest one I think I saved one person $23,000 alone. So it really does pay off to come and see me, do it yourself. Just check your Medicare prescription drug plan. So the biggest thing is just getting awareness out there that we do this program, that it can be beneficial as well. I spent 327 hours on this over an 8-week period. And with that being said, the first 2 weeks of that, the computer system were down. So really only about in a 6-week period. So it's been a lot of time devoted to this program. So really, really well worth it. And this year we collected some feedback from our participants. So we asked them what this program meant to them if they had to describe it. And they said it's absolutely invaluable. We just put them at ease that they're making a good informed decision and that we're not trying to sell them anything. So that's the really good part of the program is we offer a unbiased educated decision for them to make. So, and if you'd like to hear any more about that, let me know. I've got 192 quotes. Just don't want to bore you with all of them today. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions if you guys have any.
It's kind of amazing to me how that 70 to 90% range that you're working with actually has a plan in place that does not save them the maximum amount of money. Leads you to believe how many people that don't come and necessarily see you are in that same boat. And money's money, correct? So, particularly on this stuff, it gets more and more expensive and it gets more and more complicated. And just looking at that was the first thing that I just thought of. It was just like how many people really aren't saving nearly as much money for the things that they need as they do.
Yeah, and
But-
those drug companies, they're very sneaky,
Yep.
and you might be in the best plan this year, but
That's
then
what
they'll
I'm
come and
saying.
slip another one right underneath of you and bump you up automatically.
Yeah.
And you're paying double for something that doesn't even cover you. So,
Yeah, because I've been involved in that, and yeah, just because it was the best plan last year, the one I switched this year, and it's half of what it was last year's, and last year that was the best one available, and this year it's half. I got, for you, it was when Jennifer Wilson was doing these and helping enroll when I was first getting into the Medicare a couple of years ago, and she helped, you guys do a good job. I thought, I'm going to sign up for Medicare. Why do I need to go to class? All you do is go sign up. When I came back from the meeting, I told my wife, she said, did you learn anything? I said, I learned that I don't know anything about Medicare.
Which means he needs more classes.
And I did. And I a couple times even came in and talked to Jennifer about it. And then a year later, she said, well, did you go back and check your medicine? I said, no, I got the best one last year. And she goes, every year, and help me. So now showed me how to do it. And that's,
yeah.
I'm doing it myself this year. But yeah, that is something that can change every year. And how much dramatically it can change from year to year. It doesn't make sense, but that's the way it is.
I think that might be the point, that it's not supposed to make sense.
Yeah.
They're just lucky that they get to make those changes because, prescriptions change, health conditions change. And there's not a lot we can do about that, but we can evaluate this plan. And like you said, Commissioner McKinley, we do the new to Medicare consultations as well. And so when I get them in for those, I really hard hit that we need to look at your prescription plan every year just because it can dramatically change. So just trying to educate as much as we can to as many people as we can.
Now, do you do the regular, if someone is not enrolled in Medicare, do you do that kind of consultation as well?
We sure do. We do. It's called a new to Medicare consultation. So we'll walk them through exactly what steps you need to get done in order to be enrolled for Medicare and be covered to the best of your ability. So we don't actually sign them up for anything except the drug plan because we don't want to make decisions for them, but we give them the information so that they can make an educated decision.
That's great, because I know when I first signed up, I used the Medicare coach in town, and it's pretty expensive.
It is expensive.
The other thing I was going to ask is on prescription drugs, is it a normal thing for prescription companies to change a tier on a person? That's what I noticed this year. One of my drugs went from a $5 copay to $20, and I'm like, what happened here? And they just switched the tier.
Yeah. So there's a couple things drug companies that they can switch their formulary, which is how they cover medications, and that can change what tier the medication is, whether it's a tier 2 or a tier 3, which depends on what copay you're paying. And sometimes if it's a tier 2 on one plan, it doesn't mean it's going to be a tier 2 on a different plan. So that's why we really just evaluate all of I think there were 29 plans this year, and they compare them all back to back to see which covers you the best. So it's really interesting. And one big change that they did this year was, and it was a great change, they actually came out with some plans that made insulin only $30, which was a huge asset to a lot of my clients. So There are some positive changes. It's just a matter if we get you into that plan or not.
All right,
So
well, I'll come to see you next year. and
All
I'll tell all
right.
my friends to.
give us a call. We'll get you on our mailing list.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Anything else?
Looks like here too, just to note that I know with virtual and technological disadvantages in this process last year probably played a role in this, but you're spending approximately 2 hours per client.
By the time it's all said and done, some take a little bit longer than
Yeah.
others, obviously, but by the time you talk with the client, get them enrolled, mail them their paperwork, and then of course you've got to report it all. It's about an average hour
Okay.
to 2 hours per person.
And that also should show you just how complicated of a process that is.
Yeah, there's a lot to explain. So,
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
thank you, Gary. Thank you, Megan.
thank you, and
Yeah.
very nice to meet new commissioners.
That's for you.
Look forward to talking to you in the future.
I guess I'll talk to you Tuesday night. Is that right,
Yes.
Gary? Okay.
We're still on.
Okay.
And we're also starting to do VITA next week, the volunteer income tax assistance. So we'll be gearing up on Wednesday, and some of those will be remote too. We're offering drop-off service to do their taxes, and it's gonna be a little hairier, but I think we're gonna get it done, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck. Keep up the wonderful work.
Hey, Gary. are
Yes,
you
sir.
at the Press conference for next Monday to announce VITA, might be a good item. to
Yeah,
put on
sure.
Yeah.
there If you have time. or-
Yeah, we have, Sharon actually is sending out, she sends flyers out to employers, to the health department, to the churches and stuff, so that people are aware of it besides our normal mode of communication. So any chance we get to plug it or Medicare or anything else we do, we'll take it.
Would it be advantageous for him to get some information over to Alice and do kind of a
Alice
press
can help
release?
you out a lot, too.
Okay,
That's
I didn't think
exactly-
about that.
Exactly what Alice is working on for all
Yep.
of us.
Well, that's new to me, the PIO deal, so we're gonna have to utilize it, now that we've got it.
Mhm.
Yep. Thank you.
You bet.
Take care.
You guys.
Yep, you
Safe.
too.
Next commissioners, you have Dennis Butler at 10:15.
Okay.
Morning, Dennis.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
We were hanging in there.
Jennifer, morning, John. Do you have just a couple of minutes?
I sure do. Yep, sure do.
Guess there's no paperwork on this one. It's not pulling up.
No, he usually just gives an update in person.
Verbal update.
Mhm.
Verbal, okay.
Forgot to bring my mouse out, so I haven't.
I've learned to just take the time and go back and get the mouse.
Well, I've been going through it and all of a sudden I noticed, oh, that's why you should, because you got the mouse. But that was just a little bit ago. And
I left this in my office. And
I can't remember the days when they didn't have the wireless ones where you actually had to connect them. And
Yeah.
all right, it is 10:15, Dennis.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is a new view for me after 2 years, so it's good to be here and see you all. I just have a few things for you this morning, and then if you want to ask any questions about my presentation or anything else that I didn't cover, I'll be happy to stay here and answer those as well. Last year, and these are preliminary, this is preliminary information. The Part 1 crime, which is a basket of 8 different crimes, both violent and property crimes, that we report to the KBI, which is in turn reported to the FBI and is what is used to regurgitate national crime trends, shows that in Riley County last year it was down slightly. Overall crime was down slightly. Property crime overall was down slightly, and so is violent crime. Those are preliminary figures. There's still adjustments that can be made depending on how investigations turn out. I think you should place an asterisk next to this decline. And in many communities across the country, you will see that as well, and it's directly related, in my opinion, to COVID-19 and the lockdowns that we've experienced. Not part of Part 1 crime, but calls for service in the county were also down last year, which is very unusual. Typically, you see a slight uptick every year unless there's something unusual or extraordinary, but we saw a slight decrease in that as well. The two main things that we saw in property crime that were up, even though overall property crime was down, was in structural burglaries and thefts from vehicles, but that's also called vehicle burglaries. And a large portion of those cases involved either structures or vehicles that were left unlocked. In the case of thefts from vehicles, over half of the reports involve vehicles that were left unlocked. Less than 10% of vehicles that had thefts were actually broken into with force where damage was done. And so this is not a new message from me or the police department to encourage our citizens to lock their cars, lock their houses. And when you have valuables, especially inside your cars that you can see, to hide them, put them in your trunk, take them with you, so they are not a tempting target for someone to actually either try your door or break into your car. We even had situations where cars were left unlocked and firearms were stolen out of unlocked cars, laptop computers, other valuables like that. So we could see really a dramatic drop in Part 1 property crime if people would just take those steps, because when crime goes up or down, Part 1 crime, it's almost always driven by theft of some kind, whether it's shoplifting or theft from vehicles, things like that. So I just wanted to pass that along to you and also to the people listening. Also, on the vaccine front, we get news every day about the rollout of the vaccine. A few weeks ago, we had several employees that received unscheduled vaccines because other organizations that had received a supply had more than they needed, and they didn't want to waste it. And so because of the EEOC being set up, and I think that's just a wonderful thing we've had throughout this, communication occurred very quickly with our employees if we had anybody working that was interested in getting the vaccine, and they did. So this week, we had actually scheduled vaccines Tuesday and more today. As of Tuesday, we believe that we only had about 45 employees left who wanted a vaccine to get them. Not every employee wants a vaccine, but we have 220 employees or so we will have, we think, the last 45 who want a vaccine to get them vaccinated today. In terms of positive cases, we've had, I believe, my information was from yesterday, it could change, a total of 30 employees since this started who have tested positive. We all have recovered except for one right now, so we have one that's out right now. As I've mentioned publicly before, in many cases, we've had employees isolate or quarantine just because they were near somebody who had tested positive, just as a precaution. And so I would say we've had at least
50, conservatively speaking, maybe 60 employees who at some point since the beginning of this have missed work, either because they were around somebody who had tested positive, or they had childcare issues where a daycare or school shut down suddenly and they didn't have arrangements made. So with federal legislation, they had 2 weeks worth of COVID leave they could use, and we implemented that. It was voluntary, but we implemented that benefit for our employees. It originally was scheduled to expire at the end of December, but that was extended with the latest legislation prior to the new administration coming until the end of March. So we've extended that benefit to those that haven't used it. I want to be clear, if you've already used your 2 weeks, you don't get another 2 weeks with the extension of the benefit. That's a decision we made. It's only for those that hadn't used up that benefit. They still have an opportunity to do so. So those were my 2 primary topics I wanted to bring to you today. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those or anything else on your mind.
I don't at this time. Anybody else?
Yeah, I was just, and nationally, there have been reports that because of the COVID, there's been more domestic violence. Have you seen an uptick in that in this county?
I haven't checked that recently. A few months ago, we had seen just a slight uptick, but not what you hear from some places, these dramatic increases. The same is true. We had a lot of call or requests about mental health issues. I think we're dealing more with mental health issues, but because of our crisis co-responders, they haven't reached the point where it's resulted in a dramatic number of increase in suicides. We have had more, but not what you might expect. So I think, my personal opinion, again, a lot of this is my own observations. People that I know in my personal and professional life, I've seen some unusual behavior from them over the last year. Things that are out of character and uncharacteristic of employee performance, behavior, and these are things that we've addressed and we're dealing with, and I think it's affected a lot of people in different ways, the isolation and the stress of whether or not they're going to become infected or someone close to them will be who could be at risk because of health conditions. So we take one day at a time and we keep focusing on our employees, especially because if I don't keep them healthy, both mentally and physically, it's going to impact the services that we provide. And that's what my job is, namely, is to make sure you're getting the kind of service that you've enjoyed in the past and continue to expect.
That's a pretty good question. I think probably in 2021, I think it's probably fair to assume you'll see an uptick in some of those things the further along this goes. So, unfortunately, but yeah.
Be surprised.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Well, Dennis, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll talk to you here in a couple minutes if you like. Okay.
I'll stand by.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, I do have one item. I was looking at the calendar here. As I guess it was last Thursday, Janet had come in and talked to us from the chamber about the Military Relations Committee and their luncheon. That first one is on, I think, at 11:30 on February 3rd. I was originally planning on attending, but realized I have something else scheduled right in the middle of that particular time. So I wanted to see, and I'll reach out to Janet and have her contact whomever personally, but I wanted to see if one of you would take the place, and then I'll just replace it with March.
Yeah, I can do that.
You want to do that? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll reach out to Janet this afternoon and tell her
Okay.
that you're going to make plans on doing that and to reach out to you. I'll do it in March, and then if you'd like to do that in April,
Okay.
I'll just lay that out and say that's what we're planning to do.
Is that a noon meeting?
Yeah, I think it starts at 11:30. She can fill you on the details as to where I know they've
Yeah.
switched those up on a couple of times,
Okay.
and there may be a virtual model as part of that too, or
Saying
something.
that, I mean,
It's something that we've not done here over the last couple of years, and I think considering everything, including Garrison Commander's presentation this morning during Good Morning Manhattan is something that we need to do. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. If there's nothing else that we need to discuss,
That's what I was thinking. I've got it. So I was looking.
you have something already
Heartland
too.
Works, February, that is, I was thinking of the second is the third at 12:30. I've already got one.
Okay, so you're in the same boat as I am.
Okay, February 3rd.
Yeah.
I think I'm clear. Yeah, I
Okay,
can do it.
Okay. Okay.
One-
And I'll do it in March, and then you
wait a
can do it in
minute,
April.
That I'd just
Okay.
gotten a notice.
Yeah, I
On
either have
another
to do
meeting.
the online calendar, the Google calendar, and then my own personal calendar and combine all those
Well, I didn't
sometimes.
have it
And
on the calendar
I
yet.
just happened to see it on the chamber's calendar during the meeting Tuesday. And I was like, oh, man. I have a doctor's appointment, and if you know anything about doctor's
Yeah, it's
appointments
taken a
these
while to
days,
get
they're almost impossible to try to get rescheduled. So I need to do them as it comes up. So
Now, will you have them send me information on it?
I will. I'll call Janet this afternoon
Okay.
and say, hey, Catherine's going to be the first one to go instead of me, and I'll either have her email or give you a call.
Okay. Is that normally in person or?
I think they're doing both. They're trying to do it a little closer in person because it's more of a networking thing,
Okay.
but they've got it socially distanced out. They're following Riley County health regulations to accomplish that. And I think she said they usually get about 100, and they've got it narrowed down to about 40 to 50 people. So
Okay.
I'll let you guys work out the details on how to connect on that, but I'll let her know.
All right. Thank you.
And that's all I have for the moment. So if anybody else has anything.
Just remind the commission before Clark City County meeting, we're all scheduled to attend in person, but it's also set up via Zoom if you like. I did let them know that there would be the four of us. Clancy is going to attend by Zoom.
Okay.
Back here.
This would be down at City Hall.
City Hall.
City
Commission
Chamber.
Chambers.
We go back and forth. So next month it will be here.
Oh,
City
okay.
office right across from the city park.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, I have no other business.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and-
Oh, actually, one thing, and Clancy was there, we did let the department heads know at our department head meeting yesterday that we do plan on having a county officials luncheon
Okay.
in February. And we kind of had some discussion, because Clancy will come to you about a week before and ask for topics, but we thought it'd be a good idea, just for everyone to kind of introduce themselves. We got new commissioners, but everyone, including
Alice,
old ones like me,
Elizabeth, John.
been here forever. That way it just gives some background, just kind of background on where we're from, and all of that, so everyone can get to know each other a little bit better.
And we'll plan for lunch. We usually do that. I've only had one since I've been here. Just while we're on that subject, I want to do those on a 4-month rotation, not every month, but let's do it in February and then maybe June and then maybe October, so quarterly. And it gives us a chance to kind of catch up, particularly this year as we're still kind of going through this whole COVID thing, and just gives us a chance to kind of talk collectively about whatever it is we need to talk about and make those connections. I keep track of the department head meetings via what Cindy sends out, but I don't attend those. I don't think it's my place to do that necessarily. So I think we need to do that. Yeah, right.
But then plus they're not on the agenda as an open meeting, so you could have a potential open meeting violation.
Well, I'm just saying if one of them wanted to do it individually, I just don't, because we have this other opportunity, or our department heads, even our new department heads, are always willing to set up some time to chat about anything you want to chat about indirectly at any given time. So, good point.
Just throw this out there because I think Cindy Gabriel sends out the city commission agenda. You see they have their city retreat coming up. That's something that the county used to do annually. It kind of went to the wayside because the priority was facilities for decades. And we continued to talk about it. Nothing was done. But, I think probably not this year with new commissioners, but maybe next year might be a good time, or even this fall, for a retreat. And it doesn't have to be on the facilities. You guys, the commissioners, are in charge of whatever the topic may be, but it probably wouldn't be beneficial at some point in time.
It might be, and my overall view on that would probably be, and it would probably include a discussion on Phil's facilities, would be comprehensive planning. I think we're at a point where we're going to have to start over on a comprehensive plan. I don't think an update to our current one is going to facilitate what we need. So I've had some general dialogue with Amanda on that. Her background is comprehensive planning, so I think we've got good set. The discussion will continue is, do we want to do that in-house again like we did last time? involved outside entities and what those outside entities were and what those priorities contained within it would be. So now it's probably, with everything going on, not the right time to extend to that conversation, but I do think as we get to the back end of this year, it will be.
Start figuring out where
Yeah,
we need to go.
yeah.
Go ahead, yeah.
Would you
I
concur
just
with
wanted to
it?
throw that out
Yeah.
there since I saw that on their agenda, and two new commissioners, and John,
Yeah.
we've had a retreat since you've been
Yeah.
here. We used to have those annually, and
Okay.
Lonnie Weedle, planning development, was in charge of organizing those and getting the moderator.
Okay.
So it's something that we went and did offsite with just county commissioners and department heads and elected officials, and I think RCPD actually attended a lot of times as well. RCPD director would attend. So since we are responsible for their facilities. and so
100%.
we want commissioners to be aware
Sure.
of all potential facilities.
And
out
RCPD
there.
has a few needs of their own. I'm sure Dennis or Captain Kyle or Assistant Director Moldrup could fill in the blanks on that. Yeah, that is something to consider. I think that's something we should consider and talk about. Believe it or not, the budget season is just right around the corner. So that's going to be first priority. And we've got a couple other things on the agenda front-ended, at least from my opinion, that we need to work through first. So.
Yeah, and that's another great topic that could be for a retreat is sales tax. And be another topic as well, potential, you know, so.
Well, I feel like by the time we get to the end of the year, we're going to need to have that one decided in advance. And that'll be a priority.
Does that expire 22?
It expires the end of next year, but you got to remember,
Well,
we're
I know
going to
you
be,
gotta have the, yeah.
right, we're going to be
I think
actually,
You gotta get it a year
yeah,
ahead of time to
right.
get it in place.
When we look at facilities needs, do you think it's appropriate at this point, before budget starts, to maybe have a survey sent out to the department heads on what they project people that can work remote, or people who need to have an office, or?
This was something that Amanda and I talked about, and that's probably going to be part of that comprehensive plan, because it isn't going to just be a short-term levy on that. We're not really going to see the full impact of what that may or not be longer term. So it's going to how they have to be part of both the short-term and long-term approach to that comprehensive plan, and how we approach that. Yeah.
Okay. And I think that's really critical, is going forward.
Yeah, and there's places around the country that are kind of already starting to take that into consideration, upsizing where they need to and downsizing where they need to, and making those correlations. So it's not off the radar, but I think it's going to be part of probably a longer and more strategic plan, as well as short term for that. At least that's what's been generally discussed, but yeah.
Yeah, I know my daughter works for the federal government, and they've, been working from home for like 8 months, at least in her department. And, they've decided to let go of their rental space, because people are producing better at home than they are.
And I think you're going to probably, and some of that too is just kind of that social and cultural shift, generationally speaking, to get the best of talent on board wherever it may be. That may be one of the requirements, that they don't want to be in an office space. They do want to work from home and have that flexibility. And in order to get them or retrieve them, and maybe part of being able to do that. And that's part of that discussion too, is the second part to it. So, yeah, the times we live in.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
And the gears are turning over there with Rich, but they're not turning very fast when it comes in terms of technology. So.
I've said many times that living in historic times like we are with the COVID and all the political unrest is overrated.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, just wanted to throw those things out there, food for thought.
Yeah.
I'll be thinking about, because a lot of department heads and elected officials come to me and say, I need space. I mean, look where we had to put outlets, back to our office, we are out of space.
I wondered where in the world you were going to
Come
shoehorn her in
elections,
there.
Through the whole election process, I can't believe that our office didn't have a huge outbreak with COVID, because there was impossible to social distance throughout elections for months, for 7 months, impossible. You have to be here, boots on the ground to do elections. And you have to have resources which are ample, and it's just impossible.
Well, some departments need more space than others. We do have a room over here, I've noticed it's pretty, it's just storage that maybe somebody could.
Well, that used to be our executive session room,
Oh, well.
but because you can't get 4,
Can't get
5,
in
6
there,
people in there comfortably,
Go back there. and sit in
not
that-
even non-comfortably social distance. It just doesn't work.
Well,
So,
it's full of-
and
full
we
of
also
all the
have a
chairs
network,
from
our
here.
network server, I think, for the buildings in that room too. So
It could maybe be a library too. for all
That's
the
what it
different-
was.
actually, if you look in the back there,
what it
that's
was.
exactly what it was. Yeah,
Commissioners,
yeah,
all your statute
yeah,
books and everything,
yeah.
you
Yeah,
all
let's go
share.
back there.
Uh-huh.
yeah.
So, yeah, we can get that cleared out so you guys can continue to use that as a library, no workroom. And
Once
so,
we can move the chairs back out here.
yeah, that's the problem, where we move the chairs, i.e. our facilities problems. Our facilities problems and all the new department heads that come to talk to me or they know the priority, they have been a legitimate priority since I was first elected in 1996, with every commission. No commission has taken it lightly. Every commission has said we're gonna get it taken care of. And it just doesn't get done because the tough part is the financing and putting that burden on the taxpayers, which we don't take lightly. And so that's the difficult part. Everyone knows it's a need. You can walk through every office, every facility that we have.
That includes health and yes, RCPD. Yeah.
Ambulance.
And believe it or not, RCPD has the newest of all facilities. Just to put it in perspective.
Newest of all facilities plus an addition since then onto that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but the problem is, and like I learned from my previous commissioners, and I regurgitated it many times, we got to look beyond our lifetime.
Yeah.
Because when you build them and invest in it, you got to have something that's going to last 50 years or longer. You need to look beyond our lifetime, and that's how we did the shop sites. We got raked over the coals, although we did it with cash. It's exuberant, way bigger than you needed, but guess what? It won't need an addition for 50 years.
Yeah.
And so it's difficult. It's a lot of tax dollars, but the problem is we've kicked the can down the road with administrative facilities for so long. Now the priorities may be ambulance facilities, and knocking at the door right behind that, you have RCPD saying, and so now you've got 3 large ticket items. So how do you get any of them accomplished? So that's what happens when you continue to delay those things. It's always better if we can spread them out.
Like I said, that's why you need to plan for the next
Right.
15 years. What
You
gets,
got to remember they started working on the current one in 2005, 2006, if I remember right. It got finished 2008 or
What
2009.
was that?
The comprehensive plan we have, the 2025.
Yeah.
The plans,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's been in place for 12 years, and we're 4 years away from the expiration of that, and it's already outdated.
Yeah.
It's not, to me, it's not one of those that we can just reboot and do a 2.0 or, just add an update to or something to the back end and stretch it out. We are going to have to deconstruct that and reconstruct it appropriately. And that's just the way that works.
If you get to
So,
those plans in 2005, they started that discussion in 1997 or before.
okay. Well, I think the last major update here was 2007 or 1997 or 1998, 99. And this was redone. I remember the summer there, I was working for a moving company and we did the move here out and then we moved you back in. Yeah. Yeah.
RCPD administration was actually in here.
Yeah.
oh, really?
Imagine that one, huh?
I've heard about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I weigh in just for a second?
Go ahead.
Where I first started my career, by the time I left, they were on the verge of going into the 3rd facility that I would have worked in 25 years. And when they planned the one they're in now, initially what I had seen with the previous one is the needs are described, the price tag is determined, and then the cutting starts. And then as soon as you move in, you're at capacity. And this guy that I worked with, I was really amazed by what he had suggested there. This is just an example. Was instead of lopping off those 2 floors of that 5-story building, we work very closely with federal law enforcement partners in suburban Washington, D.C. all the time. So the suggestion he made, which was vetted quite a bit, but eventually approved, was we'll go ahead and add these 2 stories and lease it to our federal partners. And then down the road, if we continue to grow and we need that space, when that lease is up, we don't renew it, we move into that space, we don't have to build a new building. And the city ended up doing it because they knew they were going to have revenue from the space that was being leased to the federal government. The jail does the same thing. And I think that's where the idea came from. The jail is a separate facility, but the U.S. federal courthouse is 4 blocks away. So the U.S. Marshal Service was always putting prisoners there, so they ended up leasing out 2 floors of the jail, promised to them, no matter what, this is always your space. If we're using it, you need it, then you can have it. And that way they were able to build a couple of more stories on the jail, which jails are very expensive to build. So just an idea, and I'm sure it's something other people have thought of, is let's share space, let's use space if we can, and then when we need it, we can just not renew the lease and then we'll use it for our own staff.
Well, and Dennis, you probably haven't seen our latest plan, but our latest administrative building plan has exactly that, a complete top floor vacant.
I haven't
When it's-
seen it,
when
but
it's-
I've heard about
When
it.
it's built brand new, but what Dennis is explaining is that exactly our LEC facility. As John knows, and Catherine may know, it was presented to the community at 1.5 or 1. Or I forget the total amount, 12, 15 or 12 million.
It was 12.75, if I remember right, yeah.
Failed.
Yeah.
And so they decided to chop it to 10 million to build it. When you moved in, you're full. And so our community has done that.
And then we had contracting issues with that, so actually there was a little bit of addition on there because,
Contracting
yeah.
issues, but then, because it was full when it was built, then they've already got an addition, and no one else has even gotten any other additional facilities. And so we've been through all that, and that's why the plans for the administrative buildings down here have the top floor vacant, empty for future expansion. And so, but it's, the difficult part is getting the funding. I think everyone's well aware what Geary County went through.
Cloud County went through the same thing recently, not with the administrative building, but with
Jail
the,
facilities twice, took it to the voters, failed, and it wasn't a want, it was a had to have, and the commission over there said, you're gonna have to form a public building commission and get it built, and that's what they did. And public building commissions are like a 4-letter word to a lot of people, but there are hundreds of them that are used very well in the state of Kansas. And we've brought people in to educate commissioners on that in the past, and we'd be glad to do that again. But that is one of the more difficult things for commissioners to consider doing, because then you don't take the project out of the vote. Which every time you take it out of the vote, people think you're voting on the project, which you're actually not. You're voting for approval of the finances, which you're voting for. So yeah, been through those discussions multiple times over 24 years. It's difficult for elected officials to make that decision to increase the tax burden to accomplish that, and I understand that. So there's lots to talk about over the next 4 years of your tenure.
I was just gonna say, if you don't feel overwhelmed, I bet you do now.
No, not just overwhelming, it's just that I think that we really need to make a plan like it was made before and really kind of work towards getting that done if that's what we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, not make a plan, set it on the shelf, and 10 years later go, oh, yeah.
There's no reason to continue to pay consultants to do something like that and then
It
not
seems
have
like
money.
to me, a lot of times, the comprehensive planning is so holistic that it just kind of is staged. And I think some of this will have to front end and work on immediately, and then give ourselves some options for the rest of it. And maybe we don't hit this eventually, maybe COVID or, something related changes all that, because it does. And then maybe this one isn't part of that equation anymore, and then you can move on to the next one. But, one of the reasons why Amanda's in that place is she does have extensive comprehensive planning background, and that will be very useful, in this process moving
Planning
forward.
is one thing. We've always done the planning, and I can't reiterate that enough. The planning has been done multiple times. The thing that always kills us, the finance, the burden of the taxpayers. The planning is easy to do.
And you do have to remember, we are a heavily tax burden state to start with, but in specifics, the municipalities and counties by virtue are over tax burden for the majority as well, including, our area. So
But I can tell you, Riley County's debt is extremely
really low.
Oh, yeah.
Riley County is a tax entity, not other entities within Riley County, but Riley County as a taxing entity, debt is extremely low.
And it's
So
because
low
we
that
have held back on some things through the
So
years.
low that we've actually had financial advisors say, really, they would say your debt is too low, because that shows that you're not doing enough projects incrementally to keep up. And that's where we've gotten at this point in time. those are some of the fun decisions you get to discuss and decide on. We'll get you all the information you need to make those decisions one way or the other.
I think it's exciting to think about the future.
That's good. I like to hear that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
do like to hear that.
I like buildings. You know, I've done it for 40 years.
I like buildings too, but
Paying
as
for
Rich
them,
said, paying for them is a whole nother subject.
yeah.
And that's,
We're not like the feds.
nope, that's true too.
We're not like the feds where we just write a check whether there's money there or not, right?
Well, I think the thing with the feds is not so much that, it's the fact they can print money and then write it off. We don't have that option. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, once again, anything else? Okay, if not, I will entertain a motion to adjourn after our 4 o'clock joint county city meeting at City Hall.
I'll make a motion to adjourn it after the city county or joint city county.
Correct.
Okay, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
All right.
Members of the city offices, commissioners.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to be back in my office. That's okay. That'll work.
So, get new Democratic Party chair locally.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got a lot of ambition. She's like, I want to go. I don't know. I'm not in control
I
of
was
it.
very, yeah, I was thinking that of your party as well.
I'm really skeptical.
Yeah. Both parties have their issues.
Yeah, it was kind of, it was kind of either after I really well.
I know, that's why I was really surprised. That's really surprising.
They did pretty good.
Yes, it will. I'm
I'm
gonna talk to the guy, so if you have any issues and I know.
really happy to listen.
I don't think
The way they wanted us to.
So that is
No,
good.
no, I'm not that.
I think it's fine.
Our office just got a question for your new Democratic Party chair. Obviously, she doesn't even know that you have to be affiliated to vote in primary. I got the email.
All right.
Oh, goodness.
You know, and there's one thing to have ambition, but yeah.
She doesn't know. Oh, goodness. Well, we're gonna have to sit, I've been wanting to sit down with her and talk. I don't think she got much guidance from people in the, or her or anything.
Yeah, your party in our community is gonna dramatically change. Leadership.
That's too bad. Well, and, you know, one thing I have problems with is they went away from having, you know, monthly meetings where everybody could get together and socialize, and that was COVID. But
Uh-huh.
they don't think that's necessary, and I do. You know, and one thing I learned from my old mentor way back when was that, you know, you get people together, they get to know each other. You don't even talk about politics, but you get to know each other, you become friends, and then it's so much easier to work together. And I've always gone along with that, so, but not everybody does. Yeah, the younger people now think we can do everything virtually, and we get us all email, that's all, no, that's not me.
Yeah.
I gotta talk to people. Of course, I probably talk too much.
Well, the other thing is, with masks on, you don't see, you can't read people. I mean,
I agree.
I have to be careful because I'm a smart aleck, but, you know,
I didn't notice that.
but with, you know, with that, I have to be careful because I say stuff joking, you know, but with a mask, you don't know.
Right, yeah.
Well, I found that with a mask, it's you know, like you can talk to yourself, and nobody knows that you're talking to yourself, which is kind of fun. Go to the grocery store, I make all sorts of oil, and well, oh, nobody can hear me.
I saw a cartoon somewhere, big group, you know, corporate meeting, whole table full, and you hear somebody says, "That's a dumb idea." They go, "Okay, who said that?"
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Somebody kept saying, yeah.
So here's what's the plan.
Well, we do that because they've done that in the events, like events, we don't have to explain, we don't have to adjourn, we convene, at 6 p.m.
Let's not take that. We're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. It's not.
Yeah.
Well, that was my point. It's not here.
Yeah. They've done it every time, we've done it every time. Just to show or not, because otherwise, if you adjourn it, then you have to reopen the meeting. And that's what we're talking about that. Yeah, I agree with Ron. I don't know if there's any way, because you can do it, they can adjourn here and you can reopen the meeting. That's why it's like, that's why we have to sign. Thanks again for the reminder.
Yeah, sorry it wasn't earlier.
No. I mean,
Sorry it wasn't earlier. We'll see you guys. All right. When you get done.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, I thought I said things.
No. I just want to say.
So they don't.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, thanks, appreciate it. Glad you got something.
What do I do? I said, I've got meetings.
Okay, I'll stop by. Yep, no problem. Let me shut things down in here.
This is not based on anything anybody said.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't a problem. So you'd be surprised. No, it's just so in the future, you know, I'm not worried about this, or somebody wants to come in and talk to you.
Oh, okay.
And it's not aware, they think we're having a conversation.
Shut the door, okay.
Yeah. No, that's only five, when people are. That's why we got to sign. Everybody knows. To do something unrelated to the commission.
Yeah.
Maybe to make family. In the market. Well, it's, yeah, unless you're looking, you used to see them, or tripod.
I guess I'm.
That's the problem. I just want to let you, just to avoid it. Might say something.
Well, that's not.
Normal meeting day.
Yeah, that's fine.
Normal day, this is. Normal day.
So this actually transfer the cameras.
Well, they're posting today,
Yeah.
so what they'll do is leave this as the show. That's why we've got the agenda up for the city county.
Oh, okay.
That's what they're seeing on the screen, along with a live picture here. So
It'll be easy for her to do. Now, me, I couldn't do it.
Just like something else.
Yeah, no problem.
Sure, there's nobody there. The commission is now here. Here's the agenda. Here's why we can't say that at 4 o'clock. We won't say that. The resolution of the city is posted in the city county. And we tried, we talked about that, that was not possible.
Do they get shut off at the meeting over there, somebody shut?
Yeah, in fact, somebody married us and on TV, that's where that says, you will come down here, and hand it to the county, to try to. Because anybody who's watching it will see that the meetings are, they already made their motion to here. Have any questions?
What about, the conversation we had after the meeting, that was okay, was it very much discussing?
Well,
Wasn't,
we
oh, yeah.
don't do it. It's going good.
I know that.
Enjoy, good luck, hope it goes well. Got no problem. Get there when you can. If you can, you can.
What you have to do is take action. Yeah, because you can work the code. Big item.
Yeah, that happened. But, okay, well, no, I think that's good to know. Well, I think it's,
Yeah, no, quite frankly, it's easy to forget. Well, the problem is that that might fix up, that might end up over, fix up conversation all the way down the hall.
this is the third meeting. Well, so,
There's nothing wrong. This is a very artificial way of having conversation.
yeah,
And you want, you're not on. I thought one of them, she was on there.
yeah, Greg took that.
I'm gonna ask her, I can't believe it.
I took over the. Yeah, he took it too.
So he didn't want central change. It had cumbersome. We're actually, we're the county in charge of the region, so. Okay, well, just wanted to give you a heads up.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, all those things I like to do.
It's just, it's not, it doesn't come naturally. You just have to be told.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
now. Yeah, I mean, yep. Thanks. Hi, how are you? Good. Good morning. How are you?
I haven't been down. Lots.
You're fine. I just tried
I
to
think it was good. Yeah.
order in there. If you schedule that one. Okay, and then the other question. You said we're gonna go back to Julie. What are the practice is an override fee to the store. If the back is not working. You would have a backup.
I thought that this one.
Correct. But the door from the hall would be the.
One gave me two, but then I gave one of them back.
Which one's the door? Okay. And if you don't want it, I'll send it back to Julie. She just thought if you had.
I finally got this for it. So it wasn't- for some reason.
I do a little more arrow, a little more white, and I pass for 635.
I'm more concerned about how I feel after that.
Somebody said what helps on that, just get it really stiff or whatever on. I have a nice back. You know, for packages of vegetables and stuff.
So after, right after you're done.
Yeah, and on there, they'll do some potential stuff.
Oh, okay.
The parents line is the first.
Well, that's good. I didn't want them to send this to me.
Cindy's.
So. so then I can just go live. Because it's still going, and typically what we do is we do not let them start the testing through Zoom. But if they're wanting to pay the card, yeah. Yes, yeah, so we just do it. I'll just put it on one block and perfect. That makes it easier for me then. Okay, perfect, yeah. Okay, cool, thank you. I'm gonna text you.